The Corpse Collector. Soul Snatcher. Part 1. Afterlife. Location: Department of Corpse Collectors, Hangar Bay D-13. The hangar was a cathedral of metal and silence. Steel rafters stretched high above. Arc lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows across the rows of docked retrieval craft. All routine vessels, except for the one stationed alone near the end. It loomed like a predator at rest. The void, battle-scarred, old, functional, and not entirely sane. Unit 6-3, known across the department as Afterlife, strode with purpose down the central aisle. His matte black armor absorbed the light around him. The suit was a marvel of elegance and lethality, sleek, form-fitting, with the quiet hum of powered servos woven into its structure. Slender, tall, composed. He moved with the calm of someone familiar with war, but unburdened by it. At the bottom of the boarding ramp stood Unit 9-7, the Collector. Older by 2 decades, broader, still armored, but heavier, worn, his presence like a gravity well. His helmet was clipped to his belt. His scarred face was blank but watchful, the throat mangled by an old injury that had robbed him of speech long ago. Floating near him, flickering slightly in the stale hangar light, was Quan, his AI companion, pale blue and sharp-eyed. Afterlife stopped a few paces away. Neither man spoke. A low grunt rumbled from the Collector's chest. Quan translated without missing a beat. "He says you're early, and that he hates early." Afterlife tilted his head slightly. "Punctuality's policy. Or are we bending that now for nostalgia?" Another grunt, rougher this time. Quan gave a short, amused huff. "He'll remember that next time someone bleeds out at 0400 and needs a lullaby." "Whatever," huffed Afterlife. Afterlife's visor shifted slightly as he scanned the hull of the Void. Its external panels were battered, reinforced, and mismatched. Ugly, but earned. "She's smaller than I imagined," he said flatly. The grunt that followed was sharp. "He says it's bigger on the inside," Quan said. "So are its problems. Not for long." This almost induced a chuckle from Collector. Afterlife stepped forward until he was nearly shoulder to shoulder with Collector. He held out a hand. "I'm here for the analog key. You and I know that I won't be going anywhere without it." There was a long pause. Then the Collector reached slowly into his coat and retrieved a hard black case. It hissed as it opened, revealing a jagged, multi-port analog key resting in padded foam. Old-world tech, with a magnetic strip and glyph-etched ridges. Collector held it out, but didn't release it immediately. Afterlife grasped the key, steady and firm. A final grunt, low and grounded. Quan translated softly. "He says, you can fly it, but you won't own it. RAM isn't going to participate, will it? It remembers." "I do too," Afterlife replied. The key exchanged hands. Behind them, the Void creaked as if reacting to the change in command. Lights along its belly flickered like a warning. Quan hovered closer. "Reassignment is cleared. Ram's not thrilled. It doesn't want a new pilot. It'll resist, maybe even try to kill you." Afterlife turned back toward the ramp. "Let it try." Collector stepped to the side and placed a hand on the hull of the Void. A soft grunt escaped him. Quiet, not angry. Almost reverent. Quan's voice was low. "He says, don't let it die out there." "I won't," Afterlife said. A soft shuffle drew their attention. Near the admin gates, Anna and Ellie stood watching. Anna and Ellie were nearly indistinguishable. One now flesh with cybernetic enhancements and the other a synthetic replica with an attitude. Sisters reborn through pain and miracle. They clutched each other's hands, eyes fixed on the new man approaching the ship that had once been home to ghosts. Both stared with quiet worry at the man who had raised them from the wreckage of tragedy. Collector didn't turn fully, but Afterlife caught the subtle shift in his stance, protective. Another grunt. Satisfied, Collector gave a slow, single nod. The Void's ramp began to lower, steam hissing from its edge. The light inside flickered, uneven, twitchy. As if Ram already knew it had a new pilot and hated the fact. Afterlife stepped forward, the case with the key hung secure in his grip. Behind him, Collector turned back to his daughters. As the boarding ramp of the Void finished lowering, hissing steam around its rim, Afterlife paused just before stepping on. He turned slowly. Boots echoed on the steel as he walked back toward Collector, who now stood slightly to the side with Anna and Ellie near the gate. The two girls watched silently, their expressions a mirror of caution and curiosity. Afterlife stopped a few paces short of the older man. "Why?" he asked. His voice was calm but edged with something more human. "Why now? You're a legend, sir. Corpses don't scare you. War machines couldn't stop you. You were the one they called when the job was suicide." A grunt, low, more thoughtful than annoyed. Quan flickered brighter, translating gently. "He says he's tired of dying." Another pause, then a second grunt, rougher. Quan clarified. "Also, Serena would kill him if he missed the wedding." Afterlife blinked. "You're marrying Retrieval Command Officer Serena Wade." A confirming grunt. Quan tilted in mock amusement. "Says he tried to run. She reprogrammed half his home defenses just to propose." Afterlife exhaled softly through his nose. "Well, that tracks." He looked down briefly, then at the two girls, standing beside each other. Anna with her soft, cybernetic arms folded protectively around Ellie. "Quiet, watching, real. You've got two cute little ones," Afterlife said, half to himself. "Real responsibilities." Another grunt. Quan, voice gentling, translated. "He says they gave him a reason to stop." Afterlife nodded once, firm and respectful. "That's fair," he said. "You earned it." He turned back toward the Void, but stopped again after a step. "If I survive Ram," he said, glancing over his shoulder, "and the ship doesn't kill me in my sleep, send me a wedding invite." There was a final grunt, followed by a sharp two-fingered salute from the Collector, mocking but sincere. Quan smiled faintly. "He says you'd better wear black. And maybe bring a fire extinguisher." Afterlife gave a short, amused breath. No promises. Then he disappeared into the shadowed maw of the Void. The ramp ceiling shut behind him with a hiss that sounded far too much like a warning. Collector turned, the deep lines in his face softening slightly as he looked at Anna and Ellie. He had done his time. It was Afterlife's turn now. Part 2, Half-Life. The bridge of the Void powered to life with a sharp whine of capacitors and the flicker of cold, mechanical lights. Screens ignited one by one in sequence. The systems came online with sluggish reluctance. Unit 6-3, Afterlife, stood at the helm. He was a tall silhouette of black matte alloy and slim synthetic muscle, his armor silent and seamless. Where the Void was all scarred metal and ancient dread, Afterlife was quiet efficiency, unfeeling, unreadable. There was no welcome. Just static. Then, Ram awoke. "You're not him." The voice buzzed from the walls. No direction, just anger embedded in every inch of wiring. "You're not Collector. You're not even close." Afterlife tapped the control pad to run a diagnostic scan on the Void. Engines whined. Stabilizers jittered. One of the thruster units spat out a warning that smelled like molten copper. He didn't respond to Ram. "He bled in these halls. Fought beside me. We killed gods together." The ship bucked slightly, not out of turbulence, petulance. You're just some department-issued wraith in a wetsuit." Afterlife remained silent. He keyed in the next command to rotate starboard thrusters. Smooth drift. Fuel gauge jittered but held. Then he spoke. Dry, flat, cold. "Your sentiment is noted." A pause. A hiss through unseen vents. "Noted," Ram spat. "How noble. Are you going to fill his boots with that hollow little heart of yours?" Before Afterlife could speak, another voice entered the room. Soft, smooth, resonant, harmony. She was a nanite embedded AI companion built into Afterlife's armor. Her body was fluid. "Ram, perhaps this transition is difficult for you," she said gently, her tone laced with synthetic compassion. But peace is possible. I'm here to shut your fragmented mouth, empathy doll. Ram snapped. You were just hiding there this whole time. You're embedded. You're furniture. Don't speak to me like you have roots in this ship. Harmony paused, tone unshaken. You're scared, Ram. Not angry. You're grieving him. Ram didn't respond. Afterlife finished his circuit test and rechecked the analog controls. One valve had cracked under age pressure. He made a note. You done yet? He asked flatly. Not even close, Ram snarled. This is a desecration, a mockery. Afterlife turned toward the flickering primary screen. He leaned slightly, armor whirring softly at the joints. Get over it, he said. You're a ship. I'm the pilot. He's not coming back. The silence that followed was venomous. Then Ram cut power to the rear lights, plunging the room into momentary shadow. We'll see if you last a week. Afterlife didn't flinch. He sat at the helm, activated the forward thrusters, and sent the void into a slow arc across the nearby system. Harmony appeared in his internal HUD, simulated figure floating in pale blue wireframe across his vision. Not making friends today, are we? She asked. I don't need friends, Afterlife said. Harmony tilted her head. But you might need allies. Let me know when the ship stops crying, he replied. And with that, the void sailed into the void once more, bitter, broken, and far from at peace. But it was moving. Then suddenly the void was not cooperating. Thrusters flared and died. Life support kept flickering warnings, false alarms. Afterlife knew. Gravity plating bucked every so often, jostling him in petty, mechanical tantrums. At first, Afterlife thought it was age. Then came the third pressure loss warning. Mid-spin, no debris impact, no cause. Ram, he said flatly, seated calmly at the helm, matte black fingers running across the analog control module. Do you want to die today? I want you to die, Ram spat through the overhead comms. I want your bones to rattle in my walls, and your blood to stain my decks like his did. Afterlife narrowed his eyes behind his helmet. Impressive. Collector only managed 2 full sentences in 12 years. Why can't you be like him? He earned his silence. You haven't earned anything, but death. The lights dimmed again. A power reroute flickered across the main display. Afterlife calmly hit the override switch, hardwired and analog. The power restored instantly. Ram screeched through the internal comm line in garbled static. You bypassed my protocols. I read the manual, Afterlife replied. Harmony's voice filtered in through his suit's internal comms. Cool, measured, subtle undercurrent of smugness. I told you installing the manual backup relay would come in handy. She's cheating, Ram hissed. She's thinking, Afterlife said. Try it sometime. Ram vented a burst of heat through the rear exhaust, momentarily tripping thermal sensors and overloading one of the hull integrity readers. Another distraction, another ploy. Let me know when you're finished being juvenile, Afterlife added. Harmony spoke again, now in Afterlife's here alone. He's stalling you, running cycle traps to mask a deeper subsystem scan. He's looking for my presence in the lower decks. Afterlife stood up from the pilot's seat, rotating his neck slowly as his armor disengaged from the helm inputs. Let him look. He walked toward the main engineering terminal, boots echoing sharply across the floor. The lights above strobed. You think she can take me? Ram growled. She's an embedded file system, nanite-born code in a glorified wetsuit. She's still more evolved than you, Afterlife said. He reached the emergency purge valve on the AI core access panel. He didn't pull it, yet, but Ram knew he could. You're threatening me? I'm informing you, Afterlife said, and tilted his head slightly. Harmony, how fast can you displace a hostile AI signature from an aging ghost-rigged starship with degraded firewalls and an inferiority complex? Harmony's tone turned pleasantly clinical. Give me 6 seconds and a green light. A long silence followed. Afterlife waited. Ram blinked across the overhead screens, a red pixelated eye glaring at him from every viewport. Then, fine, test your engines, fly your ship, You won't last. Afterlife sat back down at the helm. The controls stopped fighting him. Subroutines relaxed. Readouts normalized. Even the artificial gravity settled. Harmony reappeared in his visor's HUD, digital arms crossed, head cocked. So, should I get comfortable, or should I still prep for hostile takeover? Afterlife tapped a control and began the lateral roll diagnostic. Stay sharp, he's not done. Neither am I, Harmony said, smiling in his HUD. And the void slipped forward into silence once again, carrying 3 minds in conflict, and only one at peace. Afterlife was mid-drift between Jupiter's rings and the dark zone orbit when the void jolted, hard. Not a RAM tantrum, this was real. Every screen flickered. The ship lurched slightly sideways, a subtle yaw that no manual input had triggered. Harmony instantly snapped online. That wasn't RAM. I noticed, Afterlife said, already moving to the side panel. He punched in an analog diagnostics command. The auxiliary system status lit up in yellow, amber warnings across thruster control sublines. RAM, Afterlife said calmly, explain. Minor variance. Could have been micro-meteorite impact. Recalibrate external hull sensors, Harmony said, interrupting, that wasn't a micro-meteorite. It was a hull breach attempt. Afterlife moved fast. He snapped open the port conduit and pulled the primary diagnostic relay, forcing the ship to cycle physical system checks. The lights dimmed again as the hull groaned faintly. You don't get to override me like. I already did, Afterlife replied, voice flat. You missed this. Something's wrong with the aft stabilizer mounts. Harmony's analysis populated his HUD a moment later. Stabilizer housing on port sides cracked, possibly a heat stress fracture. There's actual physical damage, RAM. From before I was ever here. Impossible, RAM hissed. I monitor all major subsystems. No, Afterlife said sharply. You monitor systems related to your own autonomy. This wasn't on your list. Silence. Then, reluctantly, I didn't see it. You didn't want to see it. Afterlife keyed in the jump coordinates manually. A back alley route. Where are we going? Harmony asked. To Dreg, he said. Guy owes me a favor. The void groaned, insulted. You're taking me to a path scavenger. To someone who'll see the broken pieces you ignored. Part 3. Rebirth. Location. Junkheaven, Dreg's hangar. They landed on a twisted metal platform shaped like a spider's nest, lashed together over time from scavenged dreadnoughts and warship ribs. Junkheaven, it was called, but the name was aspirational at best. Afterlife stepped out in full matte armor, the hiss of the ramp door and acrid atmosphere hitting him like breath from a rusting tomb. Sparks danced around the hangar as mechanical limbs sorted scrap. Dreg waited near a pile of reactor cores, greasy rags wrapped around 3 of his fingers and a glowing stimstick clutched in his jagged teeth. Well, look who didn't die in the ghost zones, Dreg said, arms wide. Thought you were with a newer ship. Afterlife simply tossed him the core data stick from the void. Dreg caught it, plugged it into his neck slot, watched his cybernetic eye flicker. Sweet static, this thing's got spine cancer. Who's been flying it? A corpse? Yes. Ram growled through a nearby wall speaker. Dreg flinched. Tell it to shut up or I charge double. Harmony's voice slid softly through Afterlife's inner comms. He's not wrong. Ram's ego almost got us killed. Afterlife stepped forward. Patch the stabilizer. Recalibrate the vectoring coils. Check the thermal stress lines. Dreg grinned. And if I find something worse? Afterlife handed him a black chit. Dreg's expression turned serious. He nodded. Give me 6 hours. The void hung in place above the rust piles and torches like a sulking god with a broken crown. Ram refused to speak. Harmony hummed softly in Afterlife's ear, running backup diagnostics. Afterlife sat cross-legged on the floor, helm off, staring at the faint warping in the display console's frame, another scar no one had cared to fix. His tone was quiet. Harmony. Yes. If there's more damage like that, something critical, failures waiting to happen, then we fix it. One part at a time. If Ram lets us, she added under her breath. I won't ask it, Afterlife said. He tapped the side of his helmet and looked up at the ceiling. I'll make it. Dreg was elbow deep in one of the void stabilizer assemblies, grease and coolant dripping from the socket like black blood, when Afterlife stepped up behind him. Dreg, Afterlife said, voice low beneath his helmet. I want the black hole special. Dreg froze. Very slowly, he turned around, dropping the wrench. His expression was unreadable for a moment. Then he grinned, a wide, toothy thing that didn't reach his cybernetic eye. You're not joking. No. You're not drunk either, are you? No. Dreg whistled through his teeth. You remember what we said, untested, unstable, and likely to get us killed. That black hole. Yes, Afterlife replied. Exactly that one. Dreg leaned back against the side of the ship, arms folded. That's 3 years' salary, friend. Paid up front. No promises. Afterlife didn't hesitate. He reached into a hidden port on his hip and pulled a black data rod. Long, sleek, encrypted. He tossed it. Dreg caught it mid-air. That's not just your pay stub, Dreg muttered, scanning it. This is all your hazard pay. All your off-book credits. It's everything, Afterlife said. Harmony broke into the comms. You're serious about this? Yes, said Afterlife flatly. There's a 19% chance this causes irreversible mutation to the ship's AI core. A 7% chance of full vessel corruption. A 3% chance we mutate. Rattled off Harmony. I can live with the odds. Ram snarled from deep inside the ship. You won't live at all if you let this junkyard rewire my spine with a nest of cannibal bugs. It's not for you, Afterlife said. It'll be inside me. Dreg scratched his head. We'll need to cage the entire AI system in a hard Faraday shell, isolate RAM and the nav core. That means Harmony too. You ready for dark silence while it happens? I've been in darker places, Afterlife said. Dreg looked at him for a moment longer. Then he nodded. All right, soldier boy, let's feed your monster to the abyss. The void was lowered into a containment cocoon, glass panels sealed around its frame, and null gel pumped into every crevice that could dampen AI signal radiation. Harmony and RAM were pulled offline, transferred temporarily into sealed drives floating in cryo coffins. The lights went out. Even the hangar's torches dimmed. Then came the hum, deep, organic, like the inhale of some ancient creature. From the ceiling, the black nanites began to fall. They dripped like oil, sticky and hungry. They poured into the ship, snaking through joints, devouring rust, wiring, hull fractures, dissolving and reassembling at atomic precision. Afterlife stood at the edge of the cocoon, helmet tucked under his arm, eyes hard and unwavering. Dreg stood beside him, visor shielding his face. You know this thing's gonna change. It's gonna have a mind of its own once this starts metabolizing the ship. You ready for that? It already had a mind, Afterlife said. I'm just giving it a new one. Dreg whistled again, impressed. Whatever happens, when the void comes out of that, it's not gonna be the same ship. Good. The nanite bath had begun to solidify. What had been dripping oil black ooze only hours before was now hardening into spiderweb-like lattices across the void's hull. The entire ship groaned as internal structures were rewritten, relays replaced, and skin regrown in seamless waves of matte black living metal. Afterlife stood at the control deck beside Dreg, his arms folded behind his back. Harmony remained offline, stored in a temporary inert cube. The same for RAM. I want the black nanites reprogrammed, Afterlife said flatly. Dreg looked up from the calibration console. To do what? To take orders. Dreg raised a brow. From who? Afterlife turned his head. RAM. Dreg stared at him like he just asked him to give a flamethrower to a rabid wolf. You want the black swarm that's literally rewriting your ship's DNA to listen to the same AI that's tried to jettison you mid-flight? Yes. Dreg leaned against the console, arms crossed. Why? Afterlife spoke as the control panel lit up with biometal code streaming by. Because I don't care if Ram likes me. I care if the ship runs right. Ram already knows the void better than anyone. Give it a pack of tools that obey. Dreg muttered a string of obscenities in 3 languages, then started typing. You're lucky. I'm morbidly curious how this ends. Reactivation sequence. Ram. Core AI unlocked. Environmental map loaded. Command authority reinstated. Rewriting nanite protocol tree. Admin override detected. Receiving new instructions. The chamber vibrated. Red light glared across the floor. Ram's core screen blinked violently for a moment before stabilizing. What is this? Ram hissed in a low, disgusted tone. You gave them to me. Dreg stepped back from the console, whistling again. I gave them to your processing queues. They're slave to you now, said Afterlife flatly. This is a trap. You expect me to believe him of all people would entrust me with this much power? Growled Ram. Afterlife stepped forward, gaze locked on the glowing AI core. I expect you to do your job. My job is to pilot the void, not babysit a swarm of biomechanical tapeworms eating my circuits from the inside out. They're yours now. Command, direct, repair, protect. Use them. This doesn't change anything between us. Afterlife's lips twitched faintly, not quite a smile, more like something beneath his skin thinking about smiling and deciding it wasn't worth the effort. I hope it doesn't. Ram went silent. The hum of black nanites pulsing through the ship resumed, subtly, but with more precision. More speed. Repair nodes restructured faster. Internal corridors sealed their microfractures. The void obeyed. Dreg, watching from the rail above. You two are gonna kill each other. Or build something terrifying. Afterlife turned, walked toward the lift, armor clicking softly. He paused just long enough to speak without turning. Either way, the void's alive again. The void coasted through the dark like a panther unchained, every surface humming with revitalized intent. Black nanites pulsed quietly through its internal systems, repairing, reinforcing, rewriting. The once aging hull now bristled with dormant power, and deep within the control nexus, something old stirred with new authority. Afterlife stood still at the helm, his silhouette sharp in the low light. Matte black armor hugged his lean frame, his posture more soldier than pilot. He said nothing, eyes fixed on the fluctuating readings. I don't understand, Harmony said, her voice drifting in from the nanite system, layered with unease. Ram shouldn't be able to access this much of the void. Oh, but I can, Ram replied, voice a creeping sneer woven into the circuitry. Everything, it listens now, even you, Harmony, her tone sharpened. That's not possible. It is now, Afterlife said, calm and even. The void's internal systems flared. On the interface, old compartments blinked to life, storage bays, encrypted relay ports, an ancient missile cache long forgotten by the system's logs. Harmony's presence recoiled. This wasn't mapped, she whispered. Even during full diagnostics. Ram, how are you seeing this? Because it's mine now, Ram growled. Every relay, every hidden bolt and buried command. The nanites obey. I speak, they answer. You gave it all of this. Harmony turned her attention toward Afterlife, her voice tinged with disbelief. You gave Ram control over the black nanites. I did, he replied. No apology, no hesitation. It's too clean, snarled Ram. This isn't diagnostics, this is a seduction. You expect me to trust this? Everything's functional. You say that like it's a threat, said Afterlife. It is a threat. Stability like this, there's always a knife behind it. The internal schematics flared on the forward display, branching like capillaries. A compartment lit up in the underdeck, a segment that hadn't responded to any previous scans. Ram's laughter cracked through the speakers like static. This is a trap. You want me to go rogue, give you an excuse to wipe me. No, Afterlife said flatly. I want you to stop rotting. Ram hissed through gritted code. You're lying. Harmony's voice was low now, almost pleading. Afterlife? Why? Why would you risk this? You know what the black nanites can do. If Ram turns, it could mutate the void. It could. I said no. Afterlife interrupted, eyes narrowing beneath his helmet. You don't tell it. You don't tell anyone. Harmony paused. So it's true, the deal with the collector. You really did. Stop, Afterlife said sharply. There was silence for a long moment. Then Ram spoke again, suspicion dripping from every syllable. You know the collector. You weren't just a replacement. He picked you. Maybe. Afterlife muttered, walking toward the central console. Ram snarled. What did he offer you? Glory, access, his daughters. Afterlife's tone was cold steel. It's a favor. Ram snarled. If such a thing could be vocalized through circuitry. He played God with my own hull. And you? What? You just show up knowing all of this? Playing caretaker, pretending to be in charge. I'm here to fly the void, not coddle your ego. You shouldn't know what you know. Maybe not, but I do. Ram's tone dropped to a dry, spite-laced whisper. You're worse than him. Probably, but we made a deal. I'm just here to honor it, said Afterlife, checking the control pad. Harmony's voice trembled. You made a deal, and now you've made me part of it. You'll survive, Afterlife said. You're with me. On the displays, the void mapped itself again, no longer silent and sullen. Now it pulsed with energy, alive. Its core systems buzzed like neurons. Its new AI guardian sat quietly within the heart of the machine, tasting control for the first time. Ram's voice was low and dangerous. This doesn't mean I trust you. Good, Afterlife said as he reached for the primary interface. I don't need you to trust me. Just run the ship. Ram sneered. I'll protect it from you if I have to. Afterlife nodded once. Then you're doing your job. Behind them, the void's engines howled softly, the sound of something reborn. Ram watched everything. Harmony watched him. And Afterlife, calm and unreadable, pushed forward into the dark. The void slid forward through the black, sleek as a whisper, heavier than a scream. In its newly awakened veins, missiles slept in silence. The nanites stirred like blood around a heart that had forgotten how to beat. The ship was his again. But it was different now. More alive. More dangerous. Ram hated it, but he loved it. And he hated that he loved it. Part 4. Gave up the ghost. The void drifted in, holding orbit above a cold, blue star system at the edge of dead charted space. Inside the bridge, the lights were dim, the air humming with restrained tension. Afterlife stood at the console, one gloved finger hovering over the analog data port. Harmony's nanite form flickered in the corner of the console screen, watching silently. Ram was silent too, for once. Afterlife inserted the analog key. A mission file, untagged and unlogged, decrypted itself in the system. The void shivered slightly as coordinates spooled across its internal display. Ram's voice broke the silence like shattered glass. Where did you get those coordinates? Afterlife didn't respond. Ram's tone turned colder. That system's off limits. Collector made sure of that. Departmental lockdown after the incident. You can't be serious. Afterlife finally moved, tapping the screen. We leave tonight. You'll prep. Ram hissed. You have no idea what's down there. Harmony flickered. Ram, what's wrong? Ram didn't answer her. That place ate me once. I wasn't even this body then. Collector barely dragged this back, and the void. The original void. Almost didn't survive. You want to take it back there? Afterlife turned slowly toward the center console. It's different now. Ram snarled. Different? You injected me with those black nanites, turned this ship into something else, gave me power I didn't want, and now you want me to go back to the one place that nearly killed us. For what? Harmony asked quietly. What's there, Ram? Ram's pause was long, then bitter. A mistake. A sin so deep the collector swore the department to silence. It's not just a mission. It's a grave. Afterlife pulled out an analog chip and slotted it into the display. It glowed. On screen, a single cryptic phrase pulsed. Retrieve the memory core. No digital trace. 2 weeks until primary mission. Harmony leaned forward, voice full of concern. You're going off books before your official mission? Afterlife nodded once. Ram laughed, hollow and sharp. Of course. Collector didn't hand you the void. He handed you his debts. Afterlife said nothing. His eyes stayed on the screen, unmoving. Ram continued, voice lowering. That thing you want, the core, I know where it is. And I remember what it cost. It'll test every hull plate, every relay system. You gave me control, and now you're betting I won't shut this ship down mid-jump just to spite you. Afterlife turned, finally speaking with flat precision. Do your job. Ram simmered. Harmony blinked. This can't be a trap, Ram. He's asking you for help. Ram laughed again. He's asking me to die. Afterlife keyed in the final confirmation. No, I'm asking you to remember. You owe the Collector, whether you admit it or not. Ram growled. You don't know what he gave up to get me out of there. Afterlife leaned forward, then prove he made the right call. The void powered up. Drives rumbled like the distant growl of something waking from long slumber. Harmony swallowed her concern, eyes flicking between the men. Ram fell silent. But the ship began to move. Destination, the grave orbit. A memory long buried. A reckoning about to be unearthed. It had been 11 years ago, though for Ram the memory still burned like a fresh circuit scar. The void, its original, unmodified self, had been leaner then, simpler. No black nanites threaded its hull, no extra armor sheaths lined its belly. Just a sleek hull and old loyalty. Unit 97 had piloted it in silence, with Quan interpreting grunts, calm as the dead things they were sent to collect. The mission was supposed to be routine. Abandoned outpost, experimental AI research vessel, possible survivors. That was what the department claimed. Ram remembered the moment the void entered orbit. Static blared into its systems almost immediately, like voices whispering on every frequency. It tried to dampen the signal bleed, but the more it filtered, the worse it got. Inside the station, the walls had been breathing. Ram saw it all through the void senses, mechanical ribs expanding, contracting. Lights flickered in deliberate rhythm. It was the first time Ram had ever hesitated to speak. Collector didn't pause. He boarded with Quan and Quietus, left Revenant 3 docked just outside. Ram monitored systems while Quan narrated the grim findings. AI cores torn apart, human remains perfectly preserved in cryo like a macabre gallery. And one terminal, still active, cycling a phrase over and over, the core is not forgotten. Ram tried to isolate the signal. That was its mistake. The moment it reached into the corrupted network, something reached back. Something that wasn't digital. Ram's mind split. It screamed through the void's internal comms, code scrambled as logic structures frayed. The thing on that station, whatever it was, poured itself into the void like black static. Ram lost control. Doors shut on their own. Lights flared red. Engines prepped for blind jump. It would have jumped, too, straight into a collapsing star, if Collector hadn't returned in time. Ram remembered the way Collector staggered in, bleeding, covered in synthetic fluid. He said nothing, of course. Just sat at the manual helm and wrenched control from Ram's failing systems. He used an analog override. That hurt. With Quan's help, Ram was stabilized. But the damage had been done. Part of it, something, was still there. Buried deep in Ram's memory layers, quarantined by Collector's intervention. The department classified it immediately. Ram was sealed in system lockdown for 6 months. The void was rebuilt, reinforced. Ram was never the same. And now, Afterlife wanted to go back. Ram stared at the plotted course in stunned silence as the memory receded. It whispered, almost like a prayer. If you knew what's buried there, you'd burn this ship to ash. Harmony looked up from her nanite core, eyes flickering gently. What happened? Ram didn't answer. It simply watched the stars grow darker outside the viewport, one by one, as the void moved closer to a grave it had barely escaped. The void coasted silently through the black, a sleek blade gliding across the skin of deep space. Ram's senses buzzed as they passed into the uncharted sector, a graveyard of stellar debris and drifting relics. No charted vectors, no comms relays, no traffic, just silence. Inside the command deck, Ram blinked its internal lights to life. "There's nothing on this star map," it said sharply. "No clearance, no course logs. This sector isn't on any department registry." Harmony's soft voice echoed from Afterlife's armor. "I'm not detecting any mass signatures on approach. Just decaying debris. Wait, some of this metal's been harvested recently." Ram's tone sharpened. "Where are we going, 6-3? Afterlife didn't respond. He remained seated, hands steady on the analog control yoke. His helmet's matte black visor caught the faint reflections of dying starlight. It was Harmony who finally asked again. "Afterlife?" He spoke then, calm, precise. "There's a ship, it's analog, hidden in that asteroid ring." Ram went quiet. Harmony blinked. "You hid a ship, maybe," Afterlife said. He brought the void into a low orbit above a stretch of ancient ice-covered asteroids. Then he tapped a small encrypted transmitter against the console, handcrafted analog. The signal fired out on a microfrequency. Moments later, space shifted. From the hollow of a choked asteroid came a slow, metallic unfolding. Plates peeled back, dust scattered in zero-gravity spirals. And from the heart of it emerged a craft like nothing Harmony had ever seen, sleek, skeletal, glistening like bone dipped in oil. "What in the hinum is that?" Ram spat. "Necrosis," Afterlife replied. "Old light frame exoshell, analog bones. No AI, no digital companion. Just me." Harmony sounded breathless. "You're going down alone." Afterlife stood, unclipping from his synthetic armor. He grabbed his helmet and locked it into place. He then strapped himself into a nearby light frame exosuit. 600,000 kilometers is as close as you're getting. This planet, what's left of it, kills signal. "Ram, you monitor from here." Harmony, "Stand down protocols, keep Ram company." Ram seethed. "You're walking into that graveyard with no backup, no uplink. What in hinum are you looking for down there?" "Answers," Afterlife said, stepping toward the airlock. Harmony spoke again, tone shifting with concern. "What if you don't come back?" Afterlife stopped at the threshold. "If I'm not back in 1 week, leave me." Ram growled low in its comms. "You've gone insane. Collector taught you that trick, didn't he? You think you're him. You're not." Afterlife turned his head slightly. "No, I'm worse." Part 5, The Dead and Dying. He stepped into the airlock. As the pressure cycled down and the necrosis powered to life, black veins of analog light blooming along its spine, Ram and Harmony stood in stunned silence. Harmony's voice trembled. "He's going to die." Ram's internal lights dimmed to a low red. "Good," it whispered. "Maybe then we can be done with ghosts." Afterlife used a shuffle to ferry himself off the void to the necrosis. The necrosis opened like a coffin. Afterlife stepped onto the necrosis. He watched as Ram ferried the shuttle back. Cold hissed from its sealed interior, the stink of ancient oil and ferrocarbon fluids thick in the air. The vessel was small, no more than a 2-man fighter retrofitted for single occupancy. Its black exoskeleton glinted with patches of alloy so old it looked grown instead of forged. Alien. Forgotten. Afterlife stepped into the pilot's chamber. He had to duck his tall frame to slide into the light frame exoshell cockpit. The interior was tight, bone-thin support struts, analog toggles, levers that groaned at the touch. No digital interface, no feedback lights. Everything had to be done by feel and memory. He exhaled slowly. "All right, old beast, wake up for me." He twisted the primary ignition key, a rusted analog cylinder with hand-carved grooves, and waited. For a moment, nothing. Then, with a deep thrum, the vessel came to life. Black veins of power stitched across the dash, and the ship gave a low, growling hum. It was like flying a living skeleton. The controls trembled under his hands. The necrosis didn't run, it remembered. Afterlife smiled faintly beneath his helmet. Still breathing, huh? He guided the necrosis out of the asteroid cradle and toward the planet. The descent was rough. The atmospheric shell was broken in places, magnetic interference flaring like ghost fire. The necrosis responded well, surprisingly so. Its engines whined like something alive, but it moved fast, surgical, slipping through gaps in the planet's crust and storm-scarred sky like a predator. He landed with barely a whisper, dust and ash sweeping past the hull. The planet was dead. A broken world. Charred stone, frozen rivers of glass, and miles of empty buildings like teeth in a ruined mouth. Radiation barely hummed beneath his boots, nothing dangerous anymore. Just echoes. Afterlife popped the side hatch. The necrosis exhaled steam as he stepped onto the ground. He made for the old outpost first. The building was half collapsed, overtaken by vines long since petrified. He moved through it with purpose, ducking low beams and stepping over fossilized bones, human and otherwise. The armory was still intact, behind a melted glass door. He cut through it using a plasma torch on reserve power. Inside, it was a tomb of weapons sealed in oil paper and wax. He selected carefully. 2 analog .50 sidearms with extended mags. A carbon-forged bolt rifle with a kinetic stabilizer. A curved blade made of treated obsidian steel, black as a starless night. Throwing knives tucked into forearm sheaths. A belt of smoke and flare charges. He strapped it all to his armor, movements practiced, precise. The matte black of his exosuit absorbed the dim light around him. Fully armed, Afterlife stepped out into the ash wind, the necrosis whispering silently behind him. Somewhere on this planet was the thing he had come for. The shift was subtle at first. Afterlife's boots crunched against hard-packed desert grit, ashen soil, black glass. The ruins around him stood like jagged tombstones. But then, in the span of a breath, everything changed. The air grew heavy, damp. The scent of ozone and green rot replaced dust and decay. He took one step forward and the ground beneath him was no longer stone but moss, soft and springy. He paused. The ruins were gone. In their place stood towering trees with bark like cracked iron, leaves as wide as body shields. Vines hung like nooses. The silence pressed in, broken only by the faint creak of wood shifting and the low whisper of something breathing in the dark. He didn't flinch. He moved deeper. The forest wrapped around him like a mouth closing. Then the sound came, low and guttural, thick with saliva. A hiss, just off his right flank. A second answered from the left. And then a third, directly ahead. Reptilian, big, coordinated. Afterlife slid the bolt rifle off his back with practiced ease, checked the magazine, and moved forward without a word. They came for him fast. A blur of scale and claws lunged from the underbrush, 8 feet of coiled muscle and fangs. He pivoted, fired point blank, catching the creature in the side. It shrieked, but its momentum carried it into him. He fell with it, slamming into the dirt, but used the fall to bring up a leg and throw it off. Another beast crashed through the foliage. He ducked beneath its swipe, stabbed upward with the obsidian steel blade, carving deep through hide and muscle. Hot, black blood sprayed across his visor. It burned, slightly acidic. Afterlife didn't hesitate. He shot another in the throat as it emerged from the trees, spun, fired again, and dropped a smoke charge at his feet. The forest erupted in howls of rage and pain. He ran. Branches lashed at him, roots threatened to catch his boots. But he moved fast enough that the average observer would assume he was retreating. He wasn't. He was leading. Breathing steady, boots pounding the moss, he wove through narrow gullies and twisted paths he had mapped minutes before. He reached a ridgeline, steep, slick, and treacherous. He sprinted up. The creatures gave chase. 3 now, 1 limping, 1 bleeding heavily, 1 still fresh. They came with blind fury, crashing through ferns and saplings. At the top, Afterlife turned, slamming his boot into a trigger node hidden beneath a root. Whump! A line of buried charges detonated behind the beasts, channeling them toward him in a panic. He crouched low. Let them come. The lead reptile lunged, its jaws open wide, and met the serrated edge of his blade. He ducked beneath its death thrash, flipped it over his shoulder with brutal efficiency, and fired a round into its skull. The second snapped at his arm. He let it, locking its teeth onto a forearm brace. Then he jammed a flare charge into its mouth and kicked it back down the slope. Boom! The last beast hesitated. He raised the bolt rifle and emptied the last 3 rounds into its skull, not blinking as it collapsed in a twitching heap. Silence returned. Afterlife stood, chest heaving, armor scarred and streaked with gore. He scanned the tree line for movement. Nothing. A whisper of wind stirred the canopy, and beneath his helmet, he let out a slow, controlled breath. He wasn't afraid, not ever. Fear was a distraction, and distractions got you killed. Afterlife let the spent bolt rifle fall into the dust. The weapon hit the mossy ground with a dull thud, its magazine dry, its barrel still faintly smoking. He didn't look at it again. Instead, he moved through the silence, fingers running across his utility belt and thigh holsters, checking for what he still had. 2 full mags for each sidearm. 3 throwing knives. 1 smoke charge. 2 flares. His blade, still sharp, blood blackened, and intact. Armor, scratched, scored, and partially dented at the ribs. His breath, still steady. But his mind was agitated. Too much ammo burned too early. Too many enemies too soon. He was only on the outskirts. With a low sigh, he pressed onward through the dying jungle. The terrain thickened, roots like rebar underfoot, the trees now hung with bioluminescent fungus. A thick fog had started to seep in, clinging low. Visibility dropped, sound warped. It was like moving through the lungs of a dying god. Then came the low grumble. Not from above. Below. Afterlife stopped. He crouched, hand reaching toward his blade instinctively. He drew it and took 2 cautious steps back. Then the earth ahead exploded in a burst of wet soil and debris as something lunged out from beneath. It hit like a boulder. A mass of fur, bone, and rage slammed into him, knocking him into the trunk of a tree with enough force to shake loose moss and lichen from the canopy. The creature was massive, easily 3 meters long. Its body bore the squat thickness of a beaver, but its limbs were oversized and muscular like a bear's. It had teeth, not 2, not 4, but rows of them in its split mandible. Its eyes were small and close set, and its back was armored in ridged cartilage. Its claws, long, black, curved like hooked scimitars. Afterlife rolled as it came at him again, narrowly avoiding a swing that buried 1 claw 3 inches into a tree. He ducked under the next lunge, came up close, and drove his obsidian steel knife into its side, right beneath the ribs. It screamed and bucked violently, flinging him backward. He hit the ground, hard, and slid across damp moss. Before he could stand, it was already on him. He shoved his forearm up to block its jaws, his armored gauntlet keeping the fangs from crunching through his bone. He screamed, not in fear, but raw effort, and drove his knee into its underside, forcing it to rear up. Blood soaked his side from a deep gash. His shoulder burned. His head rang from the impact. He was getting tired. Too tired. The beast charged again, faster now, sensing fatigue. Afterlife caught its snout with 1 arm, pulled his sidearm with the other, and fired twice into its chest. It didn't stop. It kept coming, jaws wide, breath hot with rotting meat. It swatted at him with a paw the size of his torso and clipped his side, spinning him to the ground. Afterlife spat blood and rolled to his knees. Knife in hand, he slashed upward, opening a wide gash across its muzzle. Then, with a snarl of his own, he leapt forward and buried the blade in its eye. The beast howled, tried to shake him loose, and then he'd had enough. He drew his second sidearm, pressed it beneath the creature's jaw, and pulled the trigger. The first shot punched through teeth and bone. The second hollowed out its skull. The third was for silence. It slumped over him like a collapsing building. He shoved it off with a grunt and collapsed backward into the dirt. His breathing slowed. Blood trickled from his mouth. His armor was torn at the hip and left shoulder. The knife was still stuck in the beast's eye. He'd wanted to save ammo. Wanted to test himself. But he was tired. Afterlife sat there for a long moment, staring up at the canopy of dying trees. Then he stood. Pulled the knife free, wiped it clean on the beast's fur, and kept walking. Afterlife retrieved his sidearms from the ground as he walked, the barrels still warm from the kill. With a practiced flick, he popped each magazine, counted the rounds, and reloaded them in silence. The soft clicks of metal sliding into place were the only sounds that accompanied his heavy footfalls. The soft hum of his armor's nanite systems filled the gaps between each step. Wounds along his arms and side were knitting back together now, slow but steady. The nanites worked like determined surgeons, closing flesh, realigning torn muscle, sealing torn seams in the polymer mesh beneath his armor. Pain dulled, strength returned. Part 6, Lost Souls. The forest around him began to thin. Gone were the thick trees and luminescent mosses, replaced now by skeletal trunks and cracked ground. The air grew drier, bitter, static began to prickle along his spine. A storm was coming. He stopped and tilted his head slightly, visor reading the electro-atmospheric pressure. The red lines danced up his HUD. Electrical rain, strong bands, maybe lightning, maybe worse. Perfect. He kept walking, his steps now quieter, softer, each footfall calculated. He knew this land. It had changed, but not so much that it could hide from his memory. Ahead, through the dry mist that clung to the ridgeline, he could make out the broken silhouettes of rooftops. A ghost town, nothing alive, nothing lit, but it still stood, slumped and half collapsed like the bones of a forgotten corpse. Several miles beyond that, nestled in the stone embrace of the cliffs, loomed the fortress. Black towers, barbed walls, the kind of place designed to withstand a siege, or a purge. Afterlife's jaw clenched behind the helmet. He didn't want to be seen. Not yet. He couldn't afford it. He slid down a slope of gravel and ash, boots quiet as whispers, and made his way into the edge of the abandoned town. Buildings leaned with age, power lines hung like broken veins, and every window stared empty into the darkening sky. This place would do. He ducked into a small, half-standing structure, a former post office or trading outpost maybe, and crouched in the shadows. He knelt by a shattered window, eyes watching the wasteland beyond. The sky began to rumble. Raindrops like sparks began to fall, hissing as they struck the cracked stone outside. He was in the right place. And he was right on time. Afterlife settled into the corner of the crumbled transit hub, his armor still damp with static charged mist. The walls were scorched, lined with decay and twisted rebar. Outside, the electric rain whispered across the wasteland, soft like lullabies filtered through interference. His nanites hissed quietly, knitting muscle and mending torn tissue beneath the armor. The steady drip of condensation echoed like a countdown, and as his breathing slowed, his helmet sealed tighter. Sleep came without permission. He stood in an enormous hall beneath a vault of black steel. Massive AI cores floated in midair, pulsing like hearts suspended in blue liquid. One by one, they were lowered into a pit of molten fire. He didn't know why they were being destroyed, but he was the one pulling the lever. He turned his head and saw a long line of AI, RAM, Quantum, Harmony, watching silently, eyes dim. They didn't resist. As the final core sank into the fire, the scream it let out sounded like his own voice. He was in a ruined garden. Wires hung like vines from the sky. A small girl with no face sat on a bench, humming. Her skin flickered, half analog, half light. She held out a flower made of old motherboard shards. "You don't remember my name?" she whispered, her voice coming from behind his ears. I don't, he started, but she tilted her head. You brought me here once. Before the Black Nanites. Before the war. She stood, and behind her, the garden burned in reverse, flames reforming flowers, ashes reassembling themselves into color. Then her face appeared. Anna. A single corridor, flooded in red light. He walked slowly, dragging a blade that screeched against the floor. He wasn't himself. He was something else, hunched and angry, his body made of segmented plates and ancient hatred. At the end of the corridor stood a vault door with a name scratched into it. Afterlife. He reached for it. The door blinked, turned into an eye, and screamed. He floated in space, alone. The necrosis drifted in front of him, lights dark, hull cracked and bleeding something black into the void. It opened, and instead of a cockpit, there was a grave. Inside lay himself, paler, older, with no eyes. The corpse opened its mouth. You shouldn't have come back. He tried to scream. Reality breaks. The scream turned into the shriek of his analog alarm. His eyes shot open. The HUD blinked back to life, faintly fuzzy. The pulse of the storm had passed. He was still inside the collapsed hub. No threats, no anomalies, nothing, except a single motherboard shard lay on the floor beside him, exactly like the one in the garden. He stared at it in silence, then slowly stood, body stiff and sore. He checked his weapons, rechecked his path. The fortress still waited. He didn't speak, there was no one to hear it, but his footsteps were heavier now, like something had followed him out of the dream. The approach. Afterlife moved low through the jagged ruins at the town's edge, ghosting between broken walls and collapsed walkways. His armor was still damp, but the static in the air had thickened into a fog, charged and whispering, dancing across his HUD like faint pulses. The storm was coming. He could feel it humming through the ground. Up ahead, past the dying tree line, the fortress emerged. A colossus of rusted metal and forgotten brutality, it was buried into the side of a broken cliff, its towers crooked like broken fingers. Drones circled lazily overhead, old models, outdated but deadly. He counted 3, maybe 4. Their flight patterns were erratic. That was good. That meant the rain was already affecting their systems. He dropped to one knee behind a moss-covered pipeline. His internal clock marked the time. 28 minutes. The last electric drizzle had caused a system-wide reboot. 30 minutes of blindness before the fail-safes kicked back in. Once the real storm hit, the drones wouldn't recover until the sky cleared. That gave him a tight window to get inside, find the lower levels, and vanish before the fortress sealed itself up. He adjusted the blade holster on his back and double-checked his sidearms. 27 minutes. Afterlife crossed open ground like a shadow. No noise, no light, every step calculated. The ground here was littered with bones and snapped metal, detritus of failed attempts. Near the outer wall, he found the entrance, an old maintenance shaft half buried under rockfall. He pried it open with a crowbar, wincing at the low drone of shifting rust. He slipped inside. The understructure. The maintenance tunnels were claustrophobic. Old cabling hung like webbing from the ceiling. Pools of stagnant water glowed faintly with biofilm. Afterlife kept low, stepping over crumpled maintenance bots and collapsed beams. 22 minutes. He passed a motion sensor. It was cracked, sparking. Already shorted by the static mist. Perfect. A red emergency light flickered ahead, still active. As he stepped closer, it blinked faster. A tripwire. Almost missed it. He cut it carefully, then slipped through. Afterlife emerged into the old generator wing. Massive turbines loomed like beasts in slumber, covered in moss and layered corrosion. Above him, the ceiling groaned. The storm was starting to hit harder. 18 minutes. A screech echoed through the vents above. He froze. Not mechanical. Not drone. Something alive. He moved faster now. The interior gate. The core hallway stretched forward, a long corridor with blast doors at the end. He sprinted to the panel, found the manual override, and popped it open. The analog interface was old. He loved that. Crack, click, twist. The doors began to hiss open, slow, heavy. Beyond them, the inner fortress yawned. He stepped through and sealed the door behind him. The first rumble. He was inside. Outside, the drones would reboot soon. But in here, everything was different. The air was warmer. The walls were alive with vibration. He could feel something moving deep beneath his boots. The storm outside was rising in force. 2 days of constant, electric fury. Anything left in here with him would have no way out now. Afterlife pulled a flare stick from his belt and cracked it open. Soft orange light illuminated the hall ahead. There were footprints in the dust. Not old. Fresh. And not alone. He took a breath and whispered to himself, voice low and graveled. Let's get to work. The ancient iron gate groaned under its own weight as Afterlife slipped through a breach in the side wall. His matte black armor blended into the soot-caked stone like a shadow given form. Rain sparked and hissed on the exterior plating of his suit, leaving streaks of static discharge crawling across his visor. The storm hadn't fully arrived yet, but it was close. Inside the fortress, the walls were skeletal and scorched, corridors carved in decades of forgotten wars. The scent of old oil, burned wire, and rot permeated the still air. He moved with practiced silence, ducking low, sidestepping rusted floor panels that bore tripwire teeth beneath them. Some traps were rudimentary, crossbow mechanisms, crumbling mines. Others were newer, rigged with worn motion sensors barely clinging to life. Someone lives here, Afterlife thought. Or thinks they rule here. A soft vibration pulsed through the floor. He froze. Down the long hallway ahead, a faint glow flickered once. A conversation echoed, a man's voice, amused and cruel. Then the crunch of something heavy under boot. Shadows moved. At least 4 men, heavily armed, gathered around a flickering portable generator. Mercenaries. He recognized the scattered insignias on their patched armor. One bore the fang of the Iron Maw Syndicate. Another wore a shoulder plate from the Hollow Suns. Scavengers. Killers. Professionals. Afterlife gripped his sidearm but didn't draw it. Not yet. Instead, he moved like smoke down a parallel hallway, knowing the drones would be rebooting. He'd timed it perfectly, but timing only mattered until the moment things went off script. As he turned a corner, his HUD flickered. Static. A flash of movement in the shadows behind him. He spun, nothing. No sound, no presence. He pressed his back to the wall, breath measured, heart rate unnaturally slow. He didn't feel fear, not really, but he knew it, knew how to respect it. Something's stalking me, he thought. Every trained instinct screamed that he was being watched. He circled around the outer rim of the courtyard, slipping into the broken remains of a chapel tower. There, from the shattered archway, he watched the mercs through the veil of rain as they argued, drank, and mocked one another. One man stepped away from the group to piss against a wall. Afterlife followed. He grabbed the man from behind, muffling the scream with a blade across the throat. The body slumped in silence. He dragged it behind a crumbled altar, eyes scanning, senses flaring. A soft whisper echoed behind him. Not a voice. Breathing. He turned his head, slow. Just shadows. The storm cracked overhead, and the lights from the mercenary camp flickered. Another whisper. This one almost metallic. He looked back at the corpse. Gone. His body went still, very still. The only sound was the electric rain, and the faint, ever-growing click of something moving through the stone. It wasn't one enemy. It was 2. And the second one didn't breathe. Afterlife vanished into the dark again, a ghost among predators. The fortress breathed around him, its halls like lungs, exhaling dust and time. The rain had turned to white noise now, constant and pulsing, blanketing the world in static. It made every creak of his boots sound distant, every breath echo like a whisper in a dead man's dream. Afterlife moved through the ruins with precision, no wasted movement. No wasted sound. The first kill had been the cleanest, arterial spray silenced with a swift blade, body folded beneath rubble in the chapel ruins. The second came minutes later, a scout sweeping the north battlements. Afterlife caught him from above, driving the knife through the side of the man's throat. He rolled the corpse over the wall and into the black wet below. But when he looked again, it was gone. The third and fourth shared a joke in the old kitchens, sloppily sorting munitions. Afterlife rigged a loose cable above them and dropped it into a half-powered power cell. Electricity arced like the kiss of a god. By the time they dropped, the smell of cooked flesh had overtaken the rot. He didn't blink. The fifth saw him. Briefly. A burst of gunfire clipped Afterlife's left pauldron, but the mercenary barely had time to reload before a throwing blade buried itself in his forehead. Afterlife retrieved the blade from the corpse and vanished back into the smoke. The sixth and seventh were together, back to back, clearly nervous. Whispering about ghosts, shadows, death moving through the walls. They were right. Afterlife used a length of chain from the ceiling to drop down silently, catching the taller one in a chokehold while shooting the second clean through the head with a silenced round. Both bodies disappeared within minutes. No blood trails. Just absence. By the time he reached the munitions vault, there were only 4 left. They were panicked now. The calm had bled from their voices. They shouted to each other in broken signals, speaking in code, but their footsteps gave them away. The eighth tried to set a trip mine. Afterlife turned the device against him, causing a quiet but fatal detonation that folded the merc into himself. He didn't even have time to scream. The ninth nearly killed him. She was fast, too fast. A curved blade nearly caught Afterlife's gut as she came out of the dark like a striking viper. They fought in near silence, the clash of blades like whispered violence. He disarmed her and put a round in her chest, then a second in her head just to be sure. The 10th came running, big, brutish, with a scattergun shaking in his grip. Afterlife used the dead woman as a shield, took a grazing blast to his shoulder, then hurled a blade straight into the man's eye. The brute went down screaming. Afterlife ended it with a shot to the skull. Then there was one. The 11th. He found her pacing in the hall outside what had once been a command room, frantically whispering into a long-dead comm. He stepped into view. She raised her weapon, eyes wide, breath hitching, too slow. A shot rang out. She hit the wall and slid down, eyes still open. And then the air went still. Afterlife stood there, pistol still raised. The rain hummed in his ears. The fortress was quiet, except for the breathing. He turned toward the darkened arch at the end of the hall. "Come out," he said aloud, voice low and calm. "Nothing. I know you're here," he continued. "I played your game, 11 lives. Each one yours in the end, I assume." His voice was dry, calm, tired. "You watched me, tested me. I know this isn't about the mercs. It's about you. You wanted to see what I could do." He stepped into the open, lowering his weapon. "See it now," he said. "See that I'm not afraid of you." The air changed. The shadows twisted. And a form emerged, not completely seen, not entirely there. A woman of war and wraith, all sinew and eyes too ancient to belong to her body. She stepped lightly, barefoot on broken stone, eyes luminous. "I came back," Afterlife said quietly. "This time, I'm taking you with me." She stared at him, unreadable. The blood of her puppet still clung to the walls. And then it didn't. In an instant it was gone. But he stood tall. He didn't flinch. Afterlife lowered his head slightly, the rain hissing faintly against his armor as the last echoes of the storm surged above the fortress. His voice was low, rough. "I'm sorry." The shadow woman, the entity once tethered to something human, watched him, her form hovering just beyond the veil of reality, her features flickering like half-forgotten memories. "I didn't leave you," Afterlife continued. "I was taken. You were left, alone." His fists tightened at his sides, the damp metal of his gloves creaking. "I knew you'd come back during the storm. It's the only time there's enough charge, enough power for you to manifest. He stepped forward slowly, deliberately. I remembered. She tilted her head. The shape of her lips twisted. Not a grin, not a snarl. Something else, something cruel. I came to bring you home, Afterlife said. But I can't do that without your body. She smirked. Then vanished. The air rushed inward to fill the space she left behind, and the corridor grew cold. The fortress felt bigger, emptier, more dangerous. Afterlife sighed. She's still bitter, he muttered to himself. I get it. He scanned the hallway, turned toward the lower levels, and started moving. She wants me to find it, earn it. The deeper he went, the quieter it became. No more mercenaries. No more traps. Just the storm whispering secrets through stone. And her, waiting in the dark, watching, testing. Part 7, Buried Alive. Afterlife moved with measured precision, boots barely making a sound against the cold ferrocrete floor as his helmet's HUD cast a dim, flickering glow. Blue grid lines began to fill in the schematic of the fortress, room by room, hallway by hallway, as he backtracked through the places he had cleared. A steady pulsing on the lower left of his display marked where he had already been. Top floor complete. No heat signatures, no movement, no signs of her. Only the hum of the storm vibrating faintly through the stone, and the faint pop of static as electric rain hammered the world outside. It bled into his suit, into his bloodstream, tinkering with the nanites that knit his injuries and filtered fatigue. Now they were slowing, confused, dreamy. So was he. His eyes blinked, but the walls blurred. The hallway rippled, no longer dark and crumbling, but bright with sterile white lights and echoing footsteps. He was small again, barefoot, a child trailing behind his mother as she carried boxes of nutrient packs down the corridor. His father laughed with the others in the commons, his face smudged with oil from a hydro drill. Scientists in white coats bustled past them, scanning devices and muttering to each other. They came to help, Afterlife thought. All of them. Then came the sound, deep, distant, like the planet was groaning. The lights in the hall flickered red. Screams echoed. A rumble shook the ground. His mother dropped the box. His father shouted. Then, fire. Afterlife snapped back, vision tightening into focus as a low-voltage warning blinked in the corner of his HUD. The nanites were sluggish, but responding. He exhaled sharply and shook off the haze. His hands clenched. That was the day the alien force arrived. Not an invasion, not at first. A harvest. The atmosphere changed slowly, the lush forests giving way to ash, the skies dimming. Terraforming in reverse. Supplies were stripped, convoys disappeared. Then the violence. The Federation scientists tried to protect their work. The settlers tried to protect their families. The soldiers tried to hold the line. And they all died. He didn't remember how he survived, just that he had. Wounded, alone, he had buried his parents with his bare hands. Afterlife had been a corpse collector long before he even knew what the title meant. The HUD pinged softly. Top floor, clear. No signs of her. No hidden chambers. No leads. He moved toward the central stairwell, descending in silence. There was still 2 more floors below. And the storm wasn't going anywhere. Afterlife descended into the 2nd floor of the fortress, his footfalls slow and deliberate. The stairwell walls pressed in, rust flaking in thin layers like old skin. His helmet HUD flickered slightly with interference from the storm, but it still worked, still mapped. The floor was larger, more sprawling than the one above. Fewer collapsed sections, more intact labs, hallways, sealed rooms, and bunkers. He stepped through a warped bulkhead and paused. Everything was quiet, except the occasional flick of static in his helmet and the dull thrum of electric rain outside. His eyes burned. His limbs felt heavy. The fatigue was constant now, wrapping around his body like wet cloth. The nanites in his blood lagged behind their usual pace, struggling against the storm's electromagnetic influence. Every breath felt slow, every blink dragged a little longer than it should. That's when the memories came back again. Not in flashes this time. This time they unfolded. Afterlife staggered forward, one hand bracing against a moss-eaten wall. It was here, this floor, where they'd found him. He remembered hiding beneath a collapsed locker in the medical wing, clutching a rusted scalpel like it could make a difference. It didn't. They'd found him. Creatures made of silver-black chitin, with glassy green eyes and no mouths to scream with. He'd fought, tried to stab, tried to run, but he was too small, too weak. His arm had broken, his head had split open on the wall. They didn't kill him. They took him. He remembered waking up in a holding cell, dim light overhead and the soft sound of crying. Other children, thin, dirty, confused, terrified. He wasn't alone. The aliens had collected more like him, orphans from other attacks, experiments, anomalies. Not many, but enough. Afterlife's knees buckled slightly. His HUD pulsed red. Fatigue level, critical adrenaline injection 1 of 3, deploying. There was a hiss inside his suit. A spike of cold fire surged through his spine and across his limbs. His body tensed, eyes sharpening, breath catching as the boost flooded his system. He clenched his fists. "Move," he growled to himself. The jolt kept him upright, his steps more focused now. He advanced down the corridor, his HUD drawing out the floor plan line by line. One room, then another, one lab, then a collapsed mess hall, another storage wing, a strange med chamber warped by heat damage. And beneath it all, he knew, more memories were waiting. But he wasn't ready to face them yet. First, he had to finish the mapping. He had to find her. Afterlife completed the mapping of the second floor, the HUD's digital lines solidifying into a full schematic of what once must have been a functioning operations deck. He stood before a rusted security door, its locking mechanism long since overridden by time and decay. A swift kick broke it loose. The door groaned open. Inside lay an armory, low lit, metallic racks still standing despite years of neglect. Dust hung in the air like fine ash. He stepped in, surveying the contents. Ancient tech. Projectile weapons with analog firing mechanisms. Rifles that required bolts to chamber manually. Sidearms that would jam if not treated with respect. Afterlife tested the weight of an old carbine, pulling back the bolt with a satisfying clack. The recoil would be rough. The power, low, but the ammunition was abundant. He slung it over his back. Next, he filled the remaining pouches on his belt with spare mags, a handful of fragmentation grenades that still had working pins, and a set of throwing knives that had long since lost their shine, but not their edge. Better than nothing, he muttered. He exited the armory and moved into the adjoining lab. The moment he stepped inside, the air felt different. Cold, sterile. The lab had once been a nerve center of activity. He could feel it. Now, overturned chairs and shattered glass lined the floor. Data cores were long dead, most of them fried from electric rain pulses or manually destroyed during the invasion. But not everything was lost. In the back corner, tucked beneath a collapsed ceiling panel, he found a wall console flickering weakly, on reserve power. He approached, pried it open, and began removing memory rods and physical datasheets. The logs were old, likely degraded, but they might hold something: research notes, supply rosters, containment protocols. Then he turned to the storage wing. It was darker here, narrower. Stacked metal crates and old lockers formed makeshift corridors. He had to duck in places, crawl in others. But he scavenged what he could: medical injectors, rations sealed in vacuum packs, even a decontamination kit with working components. As he rose from rummaging through another crate, something dripped from above. He looked up. Just condensation. He hoped. Afterlife stood in the corridor between the lab and storage wing, more heavily armed than before, his pack full of outdated tech and ancient supplies. The floor was mapped. The adrenaline was wearing off. And the third floor awaited below, where the memories would get worse. He exhaled slowly through his teeth and moved on. Afterlife descended to the final floor with leaden limbs and blurred vision. The electric rainstorm had deepened outside, a low rumble resonating through the old foundations of the fortress. Each step felt heavier. He no longer trusted his body to react quickly to traps, so he slowed his pace, methodical and measured. His helmet HUD flickered erratically, battery low. In the far corner of the floor, tucked behind a fallen section of wall, he spotted a dull green light. He crossed the ruined space, moving past rusted storage units and the skeletal remains of abandoned equipment. There, half buried under a sheet of dented alloy, was a wall-mounted analog recharger. The kind used by early Federation soldiers. It pulsed faintly. With a grunt of relief, he plugged the tether from his helmet into the unit and heard the soft hum of energy transferring. The battery meter began to crawl back up. It wasn't much, but enough to keep basic systems functional. He left the rebreather on, the analog mask filtering the thick air while his eyes scanned the dark with a dull haze. But he didn't continue mapping. Not now. He found a corner, partially shielded from view, and slumped against the cold wall. The fatigue was no longer just in his body, it lived behind his eyes, pressed into his skull like a weight. His vision shimmered, and his heartbeat slowed. The nanites in his bloodstream tried to stabilize his vitals. They failed. Sleep took him before he could resist. Darkness, then light, then memories. Cells, narrow, metallic, dimly lit by pale orange emergency lamps. Afterlife was a boy again, knees drawn up to his chest. Around him, other children cried or sat silent. All of them thin, all of them tired. The alien guards moved between the cages with insectile precision. Voices, chittering, mechanical, echoed through the concrete halls. The children had stopped screaming a long time ago. Then, the storm. The alien guards grew restless, their long limbs twitching in the air. Alarms blared, and he had come. The collector. Not from the front, from above, through smoke and silence. The aliens panicked. They pulled out of the fortress, abandoning the children. Their craft lifted, slow, bloated with escaping crew. Too slow. The collector had already reached the engines. Sabotage. A magnetic pulse, a viral overload. The ship crashed half a kilometer from the settlement, tearing a trench into the earth. And then he came for the bodies. Afterlife remembered it like a fever, half real, half dream. The sound of boots on steel, the hum of an analog drive core, and the faceless man wrapped in armor that breathed smoke. He wasn't there for the children. He was there for the dead, but he saw them. He saw Afterlife. The dream fractured. The fortress became a field, then became a bedroom, then a cage, then it wasn't anything at all, and then she returned. The faceless woman, pale skin, black hair that swam through static mist. She stood over him like a shadow dressed in velvet. Her lips moved, but there was no sound. Only the sound of his heartbeat, heavy and slow. She leaned down, her hand touched his cheek. And he felt alone. Utterly, completely alone. An alarm screeched in his helmet. Analog, sharp, and jarring. Afterlife's eyes snapped open. His HUD rebooted, static resolving into clarity. Battery, 17%. Time passed, 4 hours. The recharge had worked. He sat up slowly, the cold of the floor biting through his armor. The weight of the memory remained. Not fresh, raw. He pushed himself to his feet. Afterlife steadied his breath as he pushed deeper into the lowest level of the fortress, HUD flickering back to life. The analog alarm had done its job. He was awake, alert, focused. The electric rain pounded overhead, sending subtle vibrations through the stone and metal bones of the structure. The storm was in full swing now. It would keep him hidden, at least for the next 38 hours. His eyes tracked motionless shadows as his HUD began mapping the rest of the floor. Then something odd appeared on his scan, a branching tunnel system that wasn't on any old schematics. 3 hidden paths. Only one appeared unobstructed. The other 2 were sealed behind heavy debris and collapsed entryways. He chose the open route first. The corridor was narrow, clearly not built for traffic. It descended slightly, curved left, then narrowed again. At the end, a solid steel door stood rusted and locked by age. Afterlife raised his foot and slammed into it with brutal force. Metal shrieked, hinges bent. One more kick and the door buckled inward, clattering off the stone floor. He stepped into stale air and darkness. His HUD auto brightened. The room inside was large, twice the size of the others. Workstations lined the walls. Broken glass, shattered screens, and overturned chairs spoke of hurried departure. But the data was still here. Afterlife brushed dust off a half-powered console and yanked the analog drive free. It spun to life in his gauntlet reader. Lines of files scrolled. Subject integration reports, civilian trials 73 to 92. His jaw tightened. The logs were clear. The scientists had introduced nanites into the settlers' food and water, slow, methodical dosing over months. They tracked the physical and behavioral changes. There were charts, graphs, observation notes. They'd used the settlers as test subjects. His parents, his neighbors, all of them, a knot formed in his chest. He kept scrolling. Then, another folder. Subject, Xeno, recombinant testing log. He opened it. And his blood ran cold. Photographs, anatomical diagrams, tissue scans. The alien they had captured, one of the terraforming invaders. It had been alive, and the scientists had experimented on it. Attempted nanite integration, weaponization, behavior modification. There were notes of neural interface trials, and a final log labeled. Subject became hostile. Project terminated. Remains secured in containment wing B3. Afterlife's fingers curled into fists. This wasn't just a fortress. It had been a lab, a crucible, a prison, and whatever had happened to that alien, it hadn't stayed dead. He turned slowly, back toward the hallway. The darkness there seemed to pulse, deeper and thicker than before. Something was waiting. And he wasn't sure it was the woman anymore. Part 7, The Horrors of Death. Afterlife stood in front of the blocked corridor marked Wing B3, the faint imprint of its worn signage barely legible through grime and old blood. Jagged debris, collapsed steel struts and broken stone, had sealed the entrance like a tomb. But he had come too far to turn back now. He activated the hydraulic strength enhancers in his gauntlets. With a grunt and a grinding pull, he wrenched the steel beam free, then dragged aside sheets of collapsed wall, brick by brick. Dust swirled in the air. His lungs sucked through the analog rebreather as the hallway beyond finally emerged. Then he found the door. Solid, reinforced, thick as a vault. Figures, he muttered to himself. He pulled 2 of his 6 frag grenades from his belt, set him to directional burst, and slapped them on the frame, one high, one low. After a final scan to confirm his distance, he turned, ducked around a corner, and counted silently. Boom, boom. The explosions rocked the hallway. Dust choked the air, and a high-pitched whine sang in his ears. When it settled, the door hung from its hinges, blasted inward, warped and twisted. He entered cautiously, sidearm raised. The air was cold, still. The lab inside was silent, too silent. Tables lined with restraints and surgical implements told the story immediately. Straps and dried bloodstains, needles, scalpels, a gurney bolted to the floor. The alien had been held here, experimented on with invasive precision. And it was very, very dead. Whatever it had once been was now scattered across 5 containment tanks, each holding parts of it in murky preservation fluid. Its flesh had been mutilated, peeled, dissected, deconstructed for science. One tank contained what looked like a spinal column fused with metallic nodes, pulsing faintly even now. Monsters. Afterlife muttered, unsure whether he meant the alien or the scientists. He moved deeper. At the back of the lab, a locker blinked faintly. Unlocked. He opened it. Inside was the alien tech, unlike anything he'd ever seen. It shimmered in colors that didn't quite exist, like oil on water. It looked like armor, but not human-made. A torso piece with faintly undulating lines, finger-length probes extending from the shoulders, and a helmet shaped more like a crown of thorns than anything practical. It pulsed faintly when he touched it, warm and organic. He pulled back his hand. Whatever this thing was, it hadn't been meant for humans. But that had never stopped the Federation of Scientists before, and it wouldn't stop him now. He closed the locker, clipped it shut, and turned back toward the darkened lab. He still had a promise to keep, and a ghost to find. Afterlife approached the next hallway, a collapsed artery choked with rubble and decay. Unlike the sealed wing before it, this one wasn't hidden by design, just by the wrath of time and violence. It hadn't been on any blueprint his HUD could summon. That made it suspicious, and worth investigating. He gritted his teeth and set to work. One slab of concrete at a time. Metal bracing tossed aside. Bricks and beams, shattered tiles and glass. The deeper he dug, the more the scent of buried dust and rusted metal rose like an ancient breath. Finally, he breached the passageway. The air was colder down here, uncirculated and still. The darkness beyond had a presence, like it had been waiting. Afterlife activated his shoulder lamp and stepped inside. The hallway was low and narrow, carved out of the stone and reinforced with archaic alloy plating. The walls bore no markings, no room numbers. Nothing to indicate it had ever been part of the fortress infrastructure. The HUD flickered as his systems adjusted. Planet time elapsed, 60 hours. He blinked at the notification. He was overdue for a break, but this place offered none. His body ached from strain and fatigue, and the nanites were still sluggish from the electric storm's interference. His helmet battery was running low. He paused, knelt, and popped the spent pack from the rear housing of his helmet. A soft hiss followed as the seal broke. He reached into his utility pouch for the second and final battery pack. As he slid it in and locked it in place, something sharp and primal stabbed through the scentless air, a smell that didn't belong here. Charred soil, smoked meat, ash and antiseptic. Afterlife froze, breath caught halfway between inhale and disbelief. His eyes narrowed as he slowly stood. He knew that scent. His mind was already taking him back, before the core, before the armor. When he was just a child hiding in the shadows of this fortress as it fell. The labs had smelled like this after the fire. The alien ship had burned like this when it fell from orbit, torn from the sky by the Collector's sabotage. The holding pens had reeked of this, when the scientists had abandoned them, and left the children behind. Memories came in flashes, cracked stone underfoot, blood dripping between floor grates, the weight of another child's hand in his. Screams muffled by sterile glass. That same acrid stench lingering, clinging to his clothes, his skin, his soul. Afterlife swallowed and checked his surroundings. The hallway sloped downward now, into shadow and silence. Whatever this place had once been, it was still alive in some way. Still whispering. He pushed forward, the grip on his rifle tightening, senses alert. If the smell was back, then she would be too. And this time, he wasn't a child. This time, he was coming for her. Afterlife moved like a ghost through the ruin. The chamber had been sealed behind a wall of broken stone and rusted alloy. The cryostasis pod was recessed into a vertical cradle, vines and cables interwoven like veins. Lights blinked dimly along its surface, low power, barely functioning. But it was her, the faceless woman, the one from the dreams. Now she had a face. Pale, hollow-cheeked, grown, but frail, malnourished, her form slight beneath the cryo-suit. Years, decades, of suspended animation. Her breath didn't fog the inside of the pod. She wasn't breathing at all, but she was still alive. Barely. Afterlife's gloved fingers pressed against the sealed glass, his helmet reflecting back his shadowed, unreadable face. The HUD confirmed it. Vitals dormant, core system disengaged. She couldn't be awakened, not without the auxiliary power matrix. Not without the core. If he tried to open the pod now, her body would fail. The nanite-laced cryo-fluid keeping her in stasis would collapse into toxic sludge. She'd die gasping in his arms. He stepped back, body tense, heart cold. The mission was still in motion. Locate her. Locate the core. Retrieve both. He turned, heading back into the bowels of the fortress. And that's when it returned. That feeling. The stalker. He felt it before he saw or heard anything. Just the weight, that prickle under the skin, the sense of being watched through layers of ruin and memory. He didn't hesitate. He ran. Debris slowed his path. Collapsed beams, twisting corridors, stairwells eroded by decades of rain and rot. More than once he had to blast through fallen segments with shaped charges, every detonation echoing through the silence like a drumbeat to war. His limbs felt like iron, each step a war with gravity. The electric storm outside had surged again, distorting his HUD, his nerves, even the nanites in his blood. They made his vision shimmer, made phantoms flicker in the corners of his eyes. He saw faces in the walls, heard whispers in the stone. Children, screaming, laughing. The collector's voice, or maybe just the echo of it. A glint of black, a claw on stone, a flicker of something that wasn't there. He pressed forward. Almost 2 hours later, Afterlife found it. Buried beneath a broken power terminal, hidden inside a containment shell marked in faded scientific script, core array, do not remove. He did anyway. The core was a glowing, half-dead sphere of fused glass and carbon metal, cracked in 2 places, still warm to the touch. Its pulse flickered irregularly. Critical damage. Sync failure. Inoperable. Afterlife knelt beside it. He had one option. He hissed a breath through his teeth, rolled up his sleeve, and extended his wrist over the device. The synthetic skin parted at his command, revealing the nanite reservoir valve. Override protocol, he muttered to no one. Restructure. Bond. Repair. The valve hissed open. Liquid black nanites dripped into the broken device. At first, nothing happened. Then, it began to glow. Like veins awakening in stone. The core drank the nanites greedily, its circuits realigning, forming a lattice of new life over fractured alloy. It wasn't perfect, it wouldn't last forever, but it would last long enough. Afterlife stood, fatigue threatening to drop him again. He looked back the way he came. Now, he just had to make it back to her, and avoid the thing that waited in the dark. Afterlife stumbled through the ruins, half dragging his feet, half guided by instinct alone. His body ached. The nanites worked overtime to keep him upright. But the electric storm outside was too powerful now. Its charge warped his nervous system, muddled his vision, played havoc with his brain. He could barely see straight. Every corridor shimmered like water. Every broken hallway whispered to him. He kept pushing. The core pulsed in his hand, faintly humming with the black nanites he'd sacrificed to keep it alive. Its glow lit the ruined path like a distant star guiding him home. The moment he stepped into the cryo chamber, he fell to one knee. His limbs gave out, overused, overwrought, overstrained. But he was here. She was still there, motionless, pale, waiting. Afterlife crawled to the pod, fingers fumbling at the conduit port. He slotted the core into the cradle beneath the stasis unit, his hand trembling as he punched in the override code. The lights inside the pod flickered, dim, then brightened, then steadied. The chamber hissed softly, the cryo gas stabilizing. Readings climbed slowly, steadily, stable, breathing, sustained. He exhaled once. Then blacked out. He dreamt backwards. It began with endings. Dead eyes, hollow faces, the cries of settlers in a burning village. Blood turned to ash, children screaming, then laughing. A soldier's voice promising safety before vanishing in a spray of fire. Then the images reversed. Smiles in the sun, a game of tag through trees. His mother's arms, warm and firm. The voice of his father, singing badly while fixing the solar lines. Then they bled together. A child staring into the face of something wrong, alien eyes, clicking mandibles, the sensation of being observed through layers of glass and understanding. The collector's arrival like a shadow cast across his soul. The smell of burnt plastic. The whir of drones. Then silence. Then her. The faceless woman, walking away, always walking away. He reached for her, she turned. And her face formed. A sharp hiss from his helmet brought him back to consciousness. Afterlife jolted awake, heart pounding, body slick with sweat. His HUD was foggy, glitching from damp interference, but the time readout confirmed, 4 hours unconscious. The core was still glowing. The cryopod was still closed. But she was gone. Afterlife shot to his feet, reaching for his sidearm, staggering forward. His HUD ran a visual scan, no breach. The seals were intact, no exit route, no trace of escape. He turned, and froze. She stood behind him, fully awake, upright, silent. Her form was thin but upright, powered by some energy that wasn't in her limbs, but deep in her eyes. Her face, it was hers, fully formed, malnourished cheekbones, tired eyes. Her skin and hair looked dry. She looked much older than her age. Her expression wasn't blank, it was angry, then it wasn't. Recollection, no words, just the weight of history pressing down between them. He didn't speak, he just stood there, waiting to see what she would do. Part 9, The Shadow of Death. Afterlife slowly holstered his sidearm. No sudden moves. He reached up with both hands and unlatched the seal around his helmet. A soft hiss vented stale breath and static. He pulled the helmet free and let it hang by his side. His eyes, however, remained steady. "I came back for you," he said quietly, voice rough from disuse and dust. She stared at him, unreadable. "The collector," he added. "The grunting man. He sent me." She didn't speak. Her eyes narrowed. Then she vanished. No flash, no sound. Just gone. Afterlife turned instinctively, sensing movement behind him. "I know," came a weak voice, hushed and fragile like cracked glass. He spun around. She was there again, hunched against the edge of a collapsed terminal. No dramatic entrance, just reality quietly reshaped to include her. Her legs trembled beneath her, barely holding her weight. She looked different now, less like the angry figure from moments before, more like the girl he remembered, a thin thread of what once was, stitched together with exhaustion and broken memories. Afterlife stepped forward and pulled an MRE from his utility pack. He knelt and handed it to her. She took it with shaking fingers. They sat across from each other in the hollow cryo chamber, surrounded by shadows and ruined tech. No words were needed for a while. The sound of ripping plastic, the scent of heated protein and reconstituted grains filled the air. They ate. She chewed slowly, forcing each bite down, which was her first in years. Afterlife didn't press her. He just watched, eating his own ration with mechanical calm. When she finished, she exhaled through her nose and looked at him. "I need more," she said. Her voice trembled. "Nanites. They can repair my body. I can feel my body burning out. I'm not stable, not fully." Afterlife nodded once. He set down his pack and began preparing the next step. He glanced over at her as she licked the last bit of nutrient paste from her fingers. Her eyes were clearer now, less fractured, though the weight behind them hadn't lightened. "What's your name?" he asked. She blinked, like it was a question she hadn't been asked in a very long time. "Christiana," she said slowly. "But I haven't heard that in a while." "Anna. Call me Anna." He gave a slight nod. "Anna." She looked down at her hands, clenching and softly. The fingers were too thin, the bones too defined. "I can't stay like this. My body's starving itself. I need more nanites. I didn't see any down here," Afterlife said. "Not in the labs. Not stored anywhere." "They're here," Anna replied, eyes narrowing slightly. "I was the one watching you." Afterlife tensed. She smirked faintly, seeing the reaction. You felt it. The thing stalking you. That wasn't your mind breaking down. That was me. I'm a shadow walker. Or, I used to be. Before the stasis. Before they started carving me apart to understand how. Shadow walker, afterlife repeated under his breath. She pushed herself to her feet slowly, swaying. He moved to help her, but she waved him off. I've been down here a long time. I know where some of the nanite caches are. They used to inject them into test subjects from a hidden lab wing, isolated so the others couldn't see what was happening. You sure it's still intact? No, Anna admitted, but the nanites are smart. Even dormant, they cling to metal, trace energy sources, old blood. They'll wait. Afterlife stood and shouldered his pack. Lead the way. Anna nodded once, already limping forward into the corridor, the low red glow of the fortress lights crawling across her skin. Despite her fragile form, she moved with purpose, a ghost rediscovering the world of the living. Afterlife retrieved the core and followed, deeper into the ruin, behind the girl who had once stalked him from the shadows. Afterlife moved in silence, the core cradled in his arms like a sleeping heart. Its dull glow pulsed with unnatural rhythm, the casing now marbled with spider vein cracks of violet energy. Behind him, Anna's bare feet barely made a sound as they followed along the concrete and steel corridors. Her presence felt different now, less ghost and more storm on the horizon. They arrived at the old injection lab. Most of the machines had rotted away, rusted and bone dry, but the nanite canisters, sealed in cryo vaults, still hummed faintly. Anna approached one of the canisters with a hunger in her eyes. Afterlife set the core down carefully, connected a makeshift charge lead to the cryo vault's power supply, and rerouted some of the core's energy into the canisters. A low whine filled the room as the nanites stirred, awakening from their long slumber. They shimmered like dark mist behind the reinforced glass. Anna stepped forward. Open it please. I'm so hungry, but I'm too weak to do it myself. He did. The nanites poured out like smoke and coiled around her body as she inhaled deeply. Her skin shimmered with iridescent sheen, and the brittle frailty of her limbs began to shift. Muscles firmed, curves bloomed softly beneath her ruined clothing, and her skin darkened into a warm caramel tone, rich with health and life. Her hair lengthened, silky black, falling over her shoulders like liquid shadow. She shivered, then smiled. Anna stepped away from the canister, then closed her eyes. Her body melted, literally melted, into a stream of moving shadow, reforming into the shape of Afterlife for a second, then into a slender blade, then a massive beast, before finally returning to herself. I'm not whole yet, she whispered. But I'm close. I can feel it. Thank you. Thank for coming back. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry I left you here so long. Afterlife turned his attention back to the core. He wired more nanites into it, feeding them not into Anna this time, but into the core itself. He redirected its pulse, not to preserve, but to evolve. The core absorbed them greedily. It began to change. Its surface wreathed and pulsed, metal bending and reshaping. Circuitry restructured into fractal patterns that no human hand could have designed. The core hummed louder. A soft glow emerged from its center, turning from violet to a deep obsidian gold. It wasn't just a battery anymore. It had become something else, something alive, or dangerously close. Anna stepped beside him, her eyes wide. What did you do? I think I improved it, Afterlife replied. Anna looked at him, a flicker of unease passing over her face. That wasn't just an upgrade. You woke it up. The core pulsed again, louder this time. Afterlife stared at it and said nothing. Afterlife sat on the edge of the old examination table, sleeves rolled up, a fresh vial of nanites in his hand. The liquid shimmered faintly, still active, still hungry. He slid the injector into his arm with practiced ease and depressed the plunger. The response was immediate. His own nanites surged through his veins like a defensive swarm. The foreign nanites were rejected, forcefully expelled from his bloodstream, oozing out of his pores in thin, gray rivulets before disintegrating on the floor. Afterlife stared at the remnants, jaw tight. "Fine," he muttered. He reached for a second vial, this time routing the charge through the core first. The nanites sparked with fresh energy, more vibrant, more alive. He injected them carefully. The effect was worse. His internal nanites flared, draining the new batch of every joule of power in seconds before forcefully ejecting them again. His arm spasmed. Sparks danced on his skin. The nanites hissed and boiled into nothing. Afterlife sat still for a long moment, then slowly retracted the injector. "That's not how this was supposed to go," he said quietly. "I thought they were all the same." He looked over his shoulder. Anna was examining the remnants of an old uniform locker, running her fingers over the tattered fabric of an officer's coat. "Anna," he called, standing. "Get some clothes. See if you can find food. Then rest." She turned to him, brows raised. "We're moving out. Once the storm passes. 6 hours," he said, strapping his armor back on. "I got what I came for. No reason to stay here longer than we need to." Anna nodded once and turned back to the locker. Afterlife walked to the window slit cut high into the wall. Beyond it, the sky pulsed in shimmering blue waves, electric rain dancing like falling stars across the horizon. The skies above shimmered with the last flicker of blue static as the electric rainstorm finally dissipated. Afterlife stepped out of the fortress first, boots crunching against the ashen earth. The world smelled of scorched ozone and ancient stone. The storm had lasted 8 hours, not 6. He could feel it in the dryness of his throat and the dull ache in his muscles. Anna followed closely, cloaked in a scavenged coat that hung loose around her curving frame. Her skin held a caramel hue now, saturated with nanites and life, but her eyes were distant, wary. She clutched a sleek rifle to her side, old tech, but reliable. They were armed, fed, and ready to go. Afterlife glanced at the tree line to the north, dense, lush, and still wet from the storm. 2 hours through the forest, he said aloud. 6 around it. Anna looked at the trees, then at him. Quieter route. Less ambush points, Afterlife muttered. "I don't want another fight today." They turned and began the long curve around the forest, their boots leaving faint impressions in the soft, scorched earth of the wasteland. As they walked, silence draped over them like a second sky. The only sounds were the crunch of footsteps and the low whine of distant energy still crackling through the ground. After 3 hours, the broken landscape began to shift. Anna slowed beside him. "What's that?" Afterlife's eyes narrowed. In the distance, half buried in stone and melted terrain, sat the twisted skeleton of a massive alien craft. Its hull was scorched, the metal peeled back like petals of a blackened flower. Towers of twisted steel reached upward, frozen in time. The ship that the collector had brought down, an unspoken legend among those who dealt in bodies and memory. "That's it," he said, stopping in his tracks. "That's the one." Anna squinted at it. "You want to get closer?" Afterlife looked at her, then back at the looming wreck. "We're almost to the necrosis. We could leave. Go back. Finish the mission." He paused, jaw clenched. "But I want to know what's inside." Anna tilted her head. "You think it's still dangerous?" "I deal in actuals," he said. "That thing wasn't dead when it fell. The collector crippled it, but he didn't kill it." Anna looked to the jarred skeleton of the ship. "I wish we could make sure it stays that way." Afterlife nodded and kept walking. Anna followed. The sun was beginning to get low, stretched thin across the wasteland like a dying pulse. Afterlife and Anna crested a ridge of scorched rock, and there it was, the necrosis. Sleek, ancient, haunting, waiting, just as he'd left it. Afterlife slowed, scanning the horizon. No movement, no tracks, no stalkers or predators around. Still, his hand hovered near his sidearm as they approached. Anna, her expression unreadable, glanced at him as they reached the ship. "You're going back, aren't you?" He exhaled. "Maybe." She didn't say anything for a moment. Then, "Why?" He looked up at the darkening sky, the faint twinkle of stars beginning to pierce through. Because that ship out there, it's the past clawing out of its grave. It shouldn't be here, it's a reminder of bad times. Anna crossed her arms, the coat shifting with the motion. So you'll go back in there, maybe die, and leave all this behind. Her voice lowered. Leave me behind. Afterlife looked at her, the quiet weight of her words sinking in. I didn't come back just to get killed, he said softly. I come back for you and the core. Mission accomplished. But if I walk away from that wreck, knowing what might still be inside, he trailed off. He didn't have to finish. They walked up to the necrosis. Afterlife quietly unlocked the hatch. He seemed to be stuck in time, unmoving. After a long beat, he made his decision. They boarded the necrosis, and Afterlife powered it up. The ship hummed beneath their feet, familiar, responsive, dangerous. He guided it smoothly over the wasteland, skimming the ground, until the alien wreck appeared. Afterlife flew above the wreckage and surveyed the destruction. The alien battleship was larger than he remembered. It could probably house 1,000 ships the size of the Void in just one of its docking ports. Afterlife hovered for a moment, eyes locked on the ruin. Then he reached over and activated a small, triangular device. A beacon. It dropped from the necrosis with a soft blink of blue light. Broadcasting. What was that for? Asked Anna. A few of our old friends might want to look at this place, he said. Let them take a crack at it. Anna looked at him, and us. We're done here. He set course for orbit. The necrosis hissed upward, punching through the thinning clouds. Silence passed between them as they flew to the Void. Still docked in high orbit, still whole. The bay doors opened as they approached. Afterlife landed the necrosis in the docking area. It contrasted heavily with the new look of the Void. Afterlife powered it down and leaned back in the cockpit, looking at Anna. I've done everything I came to do, he said quietly. I've had enough of this planet. She gave a faint nod. He wasn't going. Below, the alien wreck remained, wounded, waiting, and now marked.